You good to go? All right, and then we are live. Welcome to this Bellona forum titled Russia's Nuclear Industry in Times of War, the Transformation of Rosatom's Operations. Welcome to both those delay in starting with technical issues, but now everything's fine. Thank you for your patience. My name is Oskar Njaa. I work for the Bellona Foundation and will be moderating this event. Today we will discuss how it's been during the last couple of years. We will discuss how it's facilitating Russia's war against Ukraine and the implications this has on nuclear safety and security, both in the region around Russia and Ukraine, but in the whole of Europe. And we'll also discuss the lack of sanctions against the Russian nuclear industry. Perhaps in the end we can also make some qualified guesses about the future of Rosatom. We have a unique opportunity today to provide insight into these questions. We will have presentations from several prominent speakers and experts in the field. And Bellona's own experts will summarize findings from a brand new Bellona report on Rosatom. The report is available on Bellona's web pages, as well as here in the room on paper in the back of the room. You can also access the report by using QR codes on screen here. And there's also a QR code to allow you to subscribe to our own Nuclear Digest. Bellona works to make our Nuclear Digest newsletter the go-to source for information on the Russian nuclear industry and enable insight into one of the many Russian industries that lacks transparency in the current situation. Before we get started, I have some practical information on behalf of Bellona. As I tried to say already, the event is being recorded and streamed, just so you're all aware. For those online, there are two streams, one in English and one in Russian. And for those of you in the room, equipment is available in the form of headsets to provide you with translation between Russian and English if you require it. It's in the back of the room. We will hear from our speakers first, and then we will hold a panel discussion with the opportunity for you in the audience to ask questions, both from here in the room and online. And we will save all questions for that live stream during the event. And those in the room can raise your hands as in the old school way. And we will do our best to get answers from the panel to your questions. If there are written questions that we do not have time to answer, Bellona's experts will answer these in writing after the event and share that with the registered participants. Even though safety is a bit easier without nuclear and reactive oil involved. So, without out the loop, let us get back to nuclear issues. I want to introduce the first speaker. To set the tone of this event, Frederic Hauge is the president and founder of Russian. He started working on issues in Norway and then Soviet Union back in the 1980s, and has been a staunch supporter of nuclear safety, security, and the Russian nuclear industry changed more than one time, and it is now again transforming. So we're looking forward to hear your perspectives on the situation. Frederic, please, the stage is yours.
Thank you, Oskar. Rosatom is no ordinary energy company. Rosatom is a participant in the war. We have been, just a moment. We have been following this Russian nuclear activities for many, many years. I think this one was given in '94. We mapped all the potential nuclear sources of contamination. I remember very well, the US government was very interested to buy this to all their naval ships because this was the best description of what's going on. Then we had this report, created a lot of attention because Mr. Nikitin was arrested and charged for espionage, helping us in establishing this report. And also in 2004, we made a big report about the Russian nuclear industry, the need for reform. When the full-scale war happened in 2022, Bellona decided to close our activities in Russia, but use our knowledge about the Russian nuclear military industrial complex managed by Rosatom to see how we could assist Ukraine in the best way with our knowledge. Rosatom is in a way Kremlin's octopus. Its tentacles stretch out everywhere across the continent and abroad. Behind the civil facade, it arms the Russian military, develops missile components, answers for Russian nuclear weapons arsenal, and glides past international sanctions. And we have tried to focus on the huge economy it is for Russia, the international business that's done with Rosatom. The import of fuel from Russia, both to the European Union and the US, is a direct sponsoring of the war in Ukraine, and in our opinion should be sanctioned in another way than it's done today. We are happy that it's signal now from several Western countries that there will be more sanctions. But it's interesting to see that Rosatom as an institution is in a way a state in the state, and it has its own operation in Ukraine. And it's the first time we see this kind of actions in a full-scale war with full-scale nuclear installations. What we see is, for example, that there could be a need for modification around the laws on international war crime to include what happens in another way. We also think that there is a need to stop the international business of Rosatom in many other countries. The way Rosatom has been a part in sizing Zaporizhzhia and other nuclear installations in Ukraine is unacceptable. It's a breathtaking first in the modern warfare, as I said, with full-scale installations of nuclear operations. At the same time, we see that at home in Russia, they are struggling. For example, the floating nuclear power lacks spare parts. We can expect increased risk from also nuclear installations in Russia. From our perspective, and with the work we have done before, we try, of course, to understand what kind of increased risk it will be also in the Arctic, not only because of Rosatom is a very central part of the new development of doomsday weapons with Borisvestnik that they're testing out at Novaya Zemlya, which is really scary. And I think those is arguing for an increased nuclear activity without having an answer how we not import fuel from Russia and technology from Russia should be aware of doing business with Rosatom is also a way to support these really awful plans of doomsday weapons. And I emphasize we don't know what's propaganda from Russia exactly in the issue with Borisvestnik, and this is a kind of nuclear-powered nuclear weapon that it planned to do, and where we are suspicious that they are testing this at Novaya Zemlya by launching small reactors powering and heating up the fuel, and they pick up the reactors. And we are working more to find out more about this, but this is just a part of the activity that could threaten the whole world. So it's not only about Ukraine, it's about a very aggressive institution controlling an enormous amount of resources globally and in Russia, a very controlled institution now by Putin, which we want to focus on. And I'm very happy that the team in Bellona, we had to evacuate and move people out from Russia, and they are now operative in Vilnius and here in Norway, and that we are able to use the deep insight Bellona has in this institutions as Rosatom and are following them and try to put a spotlight on them, because what's going on is very, very dangerous and have too little attention. And the report that we are presenting today, I like it because it starts to continue an old tradition of being fact-based, but let this be a report that creates facts and understanding to get national boycott on any trade and business with Rosatom. That's my take on this, and it's an important task for us in Bellona to provide facts, number and information to support such boycott of anything that Rosatom does with international business. Thank you and welcome. Hope we will have a good and constructive discussion. Thank you.
Thank you, Frederic. I want to move on to the next speaker at once. For our second opening speech, I should say, we are honored to welcome the Ministry of Foreign Affairs of Norway to hold a speech on the topic of Norway's contribution to nuclear safety and security. The Ministry of Foreign Affairs is today represented by Kristian Roer. So Kristian, please, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Oskar. Thank you, Frederic. Thank you, and thank you for the invitation and for focusing on the issue of our contributions to safety and security and this important topic. For a long time, Norway has been deeply engaged in international nuclear safety and security through bilateral and multilateral channels and agreements. A commitment driven by national security considerations and also environmental protection. After the end of the Cold War, new opportunities opened for cooperation on nuclear safety and security with countries in the former Soviet Union. Norwegian efforts focused mainly on northwest Russia, as you all know. The background was the major challenges that Russia, both civil and military nuclear activities had created in the north, and the fact that these areas are close to our borders and the north of Norway. Norwegian efforts for nuclear safety and security in the northwest of Russia have had positive and concrete results in many fields, including securing nuclear and other radioactive materials and reducing the risk of nuclear incidents. Here, cooperations with NGOs, as you in Bellona, has played a significant role. Norway has been consistent in condemning Russia's violations of international law since the country annexed the Crimean Peninsula and destabilized eastern Ukraine in 2014. After that year, nuclear safety work in Russia was scaled down from our side, and cooperations with Ukraine was significantly strengthened. Russia's full-scale invasion of Ukraine in 2022 led to a fundamental change in Norway's international and bilateral cooperation on nuclear safety and security for many reasons. It was no longer possible to maintain cooperation. Greater needs had arisen in Ukraine. Russia's illegal war of aggression against Ukraine has amplified the likelihood of a nuclear accident and the risk of nuclear proliferation, both with severe consequences not only for Ukraine, but also beyond the country's borders. Through cooperation with the international organizations and NGOs, participation and support for nuclear disarmament, Norway plays a role in promoting nuclear safety, security, and responsible use of nuclear technology. Norwegian NGOs such as Bellona, Naturvernforbundet, Natur Ungdom have collaborated with Russian environmental organizations for many years. In recent years, more with the Ukrainian organizations through their cooperation with sister organizations. Norwegian NGOs contribute to increased attention, increased awareness to environmental and nuclear safety and security issues. Russian legislation requires Russian NGOs that receive funding from abroad and engage in so-called political activities to register as so-called foreign agents. This has led to the Norwegian NGOs' partners in Russia having poorer conditions for carrying out their activities. Norway will, however, continue contributing to promoting transparency and the involvement of environmental NGOs. It is important that civil society have access to information and opportunities to influence decisions regarding the handling and storage of nuclear and other radioactive material. Cooperation between Norwegian, Russian, and Ukrainian environmental organizations continues to be very important. The white paper, International Cooperation on Nuclear Safety and Security in a Changed Europe, recently published last year, is the basis for Norway's efforts in international work on nuclear safety. A key document to implement the objectives of the white paper is the action plan. This action plan. The Ministry of Foreign Affairs, in collaboration with DSA, present here today, is revising the nuclear action plan now, and the new action plan will describe the practical implementation of the white paper. The overall objective of the action plan is to reduce the risk of accidents and radioactive contamination and prevent nuclear and other radioactive materials falling into the wrong hands. Following the full-scale invasion, we established the Nansen program. Norway has intensified its efforts to support Ukraine on both nuclear safety and security during this crisis, and Nansen program is an important vehicle also for financing in the field of nuclear safety and security. How and where does Norway participate in international agreements and organizations on the field? I will mention three. Norway is an active participant in several international agreements and organizations that work for nuclear safety and security. Among those are the International Atomic Energy Agency, the IAEA. The IAEA works to promote the safe and peaceful use of nuclear energy and to prevent proliferation of nuclear weapons. Norway's support to the IAEA in Ukraine has been particularly crucial since the outbreak of Russia's war. The NPT, the Treaty on Non-Proliferation of Nuclear Weapons. Norway is a strong supporter of the NPT and works to ensure that more countries comply with its provisions. The war in Ukraine has intensified concerns about nuclear safety, as Russia has threatened to use nuclear weapons and demonstrated the dangers of occupying nuclear power plants. And lastly, the Comprehensive Nuclear Test Ban Treaty, the so-called CTBT. Norway is a key advocate for the Comprehensive Nuclear Test Ban Treaty and that this enters into force. The international monitoring system has played a crucial role in detecting potential nuclear incidents related to the conflict. So, to round up, I will mention some challenges, because despite some positive results, many challenges remaining. are remaining. The number one, increased risk of nuclear accidents, as we have mentioned, we have heard from Frederic. It is profoundly serious that a war is going on in a country with operational nuclear power plants. Military actions near Ukrainian nuclear power plants pose an elevated risk of radiation leaks, and the Russian occupation of Zaporizhzhia, attacks on energy infrastructure, and the drone attacks and the drone attack hitting the new safe confinement after the damaged reactor, over the damaged reactor 4 in Chernobyl, are just some examples. Second, Russia's nuclear threats, as I mentioned, they have repeatedly hinted at the possible use of nuclear weapons in the war. Thirdly, limited access to occupied areas. International inspectors has had restricted access to nuclear power plants under Russian control, Zaporizhzhia, making it difficult to verify their safety. Norway continues to support the IAEA and their efforts to ensure independent monitoring, and will consider extending and increase the support and effort. Lastly, securing radioactive waste and materials. Significant amounts of radioactive material in Ukraine pose a threat if they fall into the wrong hands. Norway continues to cooperate with Ukrainian authorities to ensure that these materials are safely managed. To conclude, Norway's international efforts to strengthen nuclear security and safety have taken a new dimension after Russia's full-scale invasion of Ukraine. We have increased our support to Ukraine through financial contribution, technical assistance, and cooperation with international organizations, NGOs. Significant challenge remain, particularly regarding the risk of nuclear accidents and the threats of nuclear weapon use. Norway, nuclear safety and security will remain a central part of Norway's foreign policy. Thank you.
Thank you, Per Kristian. I must say, I don't think I'm off the mark in saying that historically Norway's work on nuclear issues has been internationally unique. So we have high hopes for the new revised nuclear action plan. Very much looking forward to having it in our hands soon. Thank you, Per Kristian. We're moving on to our next speaker, Alexander Nikitin. Alexander has worked on nuclear issues in Bellona since the middle of the 90s. He's a former captain aboard a nuclear submarine during the Soviet Union. And before Russia's full-scale invasion of Ukraine, he tried his best to change Rosatom from the inside and through his position in the Rosatom's own public council. Since 2022, he's been a key contributor to Bellona's work on analyzing and reporting on the Russian nuclear industry from exile. I think few knows Rosatom as well as him. So today he will speak on the topic of Rosatom in Russia during wartime period, 2022 to 2023 to 2024, which also happens to be the title of Bellona's new report. So Bellona, Alexander, please, we look forward to this.
Спасибо, Oskar. Спасибо всем за ваш.
Thank you very much for your interest to our work. Please excuse me, I'm going to speak in Russian. Yeah, we'll wait a couple of seconds so that everyone who needs interpretation finds a way to listen to it. Please, could you start my presentation?
Так работает, да?
Okay, that's how it works, right? Yeah. Thank you. Well, To start with, I worked with my colleague Dmitry Gorchakov, and we both are going to present the results of our latest work. We have created a review of what Rosatom has been doing during the war. It's not the first report we have prepared. 2 years ago, we issued another document about the nuclear industry of Russia before and on the edge of the war. So we have analyzed what Rosatom has been doing before the war has started. And in the current review, we concentrated on the events of 2023 and 2024. So basically, I'm going to speak about what Rosatom looks like at the moment and what Rosatom has been doing during the last 2 years of the ongoing war. I would like to mention several details about Rosatom, and we'll start with the nuclear sector. There are 10 nuclear power plants, which you can see here on this slide, and one nuclear station, floating nuclear station. There are altogether 34 reactor blocks. I'm sorry, I just jumped into the wrong direction. There are 49 reactor blocks on 11 nuclear plants altogether. There are 34 reactor blocks being currently in operation and 2 floating nuclear plant reactors on the floating power plant Lomonosov. I won't go into deeper details and into the types of reactor blocks they are using. I just would like to say that there are 3 reactor blocks being in construction at the moment. 8 reactors are in preparation for decommissioning, and there are 2 reactors being decommissioned. If we try to look at the reactor types used by Rosatom, we can see that these reactors are pretty old, and most of them are already serving longer than they should be, and so their working time has been prolonged. That means that some problems might come up in the nuclear energy sector in Russia, at least according to our opinion. If we look at this slide and graph, we will see that during the last year, the energy power generation goes down, starting from 2021. You can see it here in the right part of this slide. The reasons for that, according to our opinion, is that the reactors are getting older. The reactor blocks must be stopped, and they cannot generate as much energy as before, as they were newer than today. During the 3 years of the ongoing war, the electricity generation sank by almost 4%. It's a lot. And the share of Rosatom in the nuclear energy generation is around 18% at the moment. Rosatom always tried to increase this energy share, and we can also see it in the ongoing policy. Rosatom states they would like to increase this share up to 25%, but it's complicated to tell when that's going to happen. Nonetheless, Russia has presented its plans. The initial plan before the war was that Russia builds 12 new energy blocks for the nuclear power plants by 2035, and there are also a lot of smaller power plants which already have been started. At least the construction work has been started. But with the beginning of the war, with the outbreak of the war, these plans have been corrected. So now the date is not 2035 anymore, but 2045. There are only 10 years left till 2035, and 10 years are not enough to build 12 blocks. Till 2045, they do have enough time, but it's still not clear whether they'll be able to fulfill the plans. There are several nuclear power plants we are monitoring closely during the last years. First of all, we speak about the Rostov and Kursk nuclear power plants, because these two power plants are very close to the front line, and there are constantly attacks in the region by accident or not, we don't know, but anyhow, there is a direct nuclear radioactive danger in this region. We have also monitored what was happening on the Zaporizhia power plant. The Zaporizhia nuclear power plant has been occupied, and that's for the first time in the history that a nuclear power plant is occupied by a different state by using weapons. We monitor the situation there in details on weekly basis, and in our report you really can step by step see what has been happening there. But I do not want to go into deeper details of the Zaporizhia nuclear power plant. One of the colleagues is going to present this situation during today's event. Maybe we will hear more information on that in this presentation. I will just put the Bellona opinion in a nutshell. The Zaporizhia nuclear power plant must be returned to the Ukraine. But at the same time, we see 4 possible scenarios of what can happen to these nuclear power plants. Yesterday, there were some recent news. The head of Rosatom proclaimed that they would be ready to unload the American nuclear fuel from the reactor and give it to the American side. That's the newest information we received. But 4 scenarios which I have mentioned. Russia might try to restart several blocks, and the information we received 2 days ago shows that Russia rather wants to keep the nuclear power plant in Zaporizhia and restart it. The second scenario we have analyzed was the following. In the foreseeable future, this nuclear power plant might not be used as it is, but that's an open question. If the war goes on, it's very hard to use the power plant on the front line, because there are always dangers there. The third scenario, which still is possible, that the power plant might be returned to the Ukraine, but it's a political decision. Mr. Likhachov stated yesterday that everything depends on political decisions. And scenario number 4 would be that this nuclear power plant will be used together by Russia, Ukraine, and the USA. But we can hardly imagine how that might work out, because management of a nuclear power plant is a very complicated issue. Now a couple of words about the uranium mining by this state corporation, Rosatom. There are 2 companies dealing with the uranium mining belonging to Rosatom. It's Rosatom Nedry, the company which has mined 2,710 tons of uranium in 2023, and the company Uranium One, which partly belongs to Rosatom. Uranium One has mined 4,830 tons in 2023. So these are the 2 main actors in this field, 2 main companies mining uranium. Here you can see that 2023 we see a slight increase in uranium mining. What I want to tell on this topic and to add to it, mostly the companies use the uranium which can be mined in Kazakhstan. Russia uses 6 or 7 mines situated in Kazakhstan. By the end of 2024, we have received information that Russia has sold 3 mines to a Chinese company. But the experts tell us that these mines are not highly productive. So the mines are not that important for Russia to keep. The reason for selling these mines has not been disclosed. We don't know why that has been done. The company, which is called Rosatom Nedry, before it was called differently. It has been recently renamed. This company mines not only uranium, this company also mines gold, silver, scandium, lithium, titanium. This company now deals with a lot of different business. So basically, they deal with a rare earth industry at the moment. They also offer the conversion services. The company Dwell is the main company dealing with that. 2023, 2024, this company has delivered to around 24.35% of the conversion services. Okay, I see that I have to accelerate because the time is ticking. So there was a decrease of the contracts by 25% in 2023 by this company Dwell, but still this company operates in Europe. It still is present on the Asian market and also in the southern countries. This slide shows the topic which concerns Bellona most before we have left Russia. That's Russia's nuclear legacy. As we had to leave Russia 3 years ago, we had this information on the Russia nuclear legacy: around 19,000 tons of spent nuclear fuel, around 774,000 square meters of radioactive waste, and around 2,000 nuclear and radiation hazardous facilities. These are our favorite objects, you might put it that way, and we still monitor the situation on these objects. I would like to tell you that in 2024, Rosatom has presented a report. In other way, the report has been presented recently in 2025, but they monitored the situation with the nuclear legacy in 2024. Unfortunately, I couldn't put this information on a slide. I don't know why. Yeah, that's different information. I have read the report by Rosatom, and I would like to tell you that Rosatom is currently not dealing with the Arctic nuclear legacy at the moment. There are no data whatsoever what has been done on the facilities and objects in Grimicha, in Saida. Grimicha they plan just to close Grimicha as an object. Of course, they also are not dealing with the nuclear submarines lying on the in the sea. In 2024, Rosatom also operated actively in the field of wind energy. Here you can see the numbers which represent the situation at the moment. It's also very important to know that almost the whole Arctic region is currently operated by Rosatom. Rosatom is basically operating the Arctic Northern Sea route on its own, and the whole shoreline is also basically belonging to Rosatom. Everything which is in the Arctic field. That's the new business field of Rosatom, and this business field is highly important for Rosatom because there is a political task behind that, and Rosatom does its best to succeed in it. Finally, a couple of words about the position of Rosatom in the CIS countries. In Belarus, the situation is clear. The situation with Kazakhstan is interesting for us because the uranium mining activities are mostly taking place in Kazakhstan, and currently Rosatom does its best to construct and build a new NPP. The question with Armenia is currently open because Armenia decided to make a step from Russia towards the European Union. Basically, they have one reactor which can be operated till 2026 with possible prolongation time till 2036. In Uzbekistan, Rosatom is currently building 6 new smaller reactors, Ritem 200, and in other CIS countries like in Kyrgyzstan and Turkmenistan, there are mostly activities in the scientific field and field of education. And I wanted to show you one slide representing the uranium mines in Kazakhstan. Here you see the 4 green objects still belonging to Rosatom and 3 red circles. These are 3 objects which has been sold by Rosatom to a Chinese company, which I have mentioned. That's all I wanted to tell you. My time is out, so thank you very much, and I will pass the mic to my colleague, My colleague will tell you about Rosatom international projects and the impact of sanctions. Thank you so much.
Indeed, we are giving the word to another colleague of ours from Bellona, Dmitry Gorchakov. Please, Dmitry has worked with Bellona since 2022 when he moved out of Russia in the wake of the full-scale invasion of Ukraine. His contribution to our research is invaluable, reaching from analysis of Europe's dependency on Rosatom for nuclear fuel, to Rosatom's test of nuclear weapons technology in the Arctic, and on to Russia's active promotion of nuclear reactor projects for foreign customers across the world. And today he will speak on the latter topic, on Rosatom's international projects.
Yeah, thank you, Oskar. Thank you, Alexander. Yuri, do you have clicker? I think Alexander take clicker. Okay, let's start. Based on numbers, Rosatom is one of Russia's most successful companies on international stage. Thank you. It holds top positions in global nuclear market. It leads in building nuclear power plants and NPPs abroad, and is a key player in uranium enrichment, mining, and fuel supply. Rosatom's revenue has tripled over the past 5 years. Almost half of it comes from foreign projects. In the 3 years since the full-scale invasion of Ukraine began, Rosatom's foreign revenue has almost doubled, reaching over $18 billion in 2024. But it's not all as smooth as it looks at first, especially if you compare it to what Rosatom expected before 2022. Rosatom's strong global presence and the challenge of replacing nuclear suppliers have given it a kind of sanction immunity. Ukraine is likely the only country that has sanctioned hundreds of Rosatom-linked companies and cut all ties with the corporation. But other Western countries have taken a more selective approach, targeting mostly military-linked Rosatom's entities and entities directly connected to Russia's occupation of Zaporizhzhia NPP in Ukraine. Nevertheless, Rosatom is also under pressure. First, broad economic sanctions on Russia's financial sector, transportation, and equipment supplies are affecting its international projects. Second, certain decisions by individual countries have undermined Rosatom's potential in some markets. I'll show examples of this in the following slides, first in the West and then in the Global South projects. Before 2022, Rosatom was engaged in 2 NPP construction projects in EU countries, Hauge 2 in Hungary and Kyiv in Finland. It also played a minor role in completing units 3 and 4 of Slovakia's Mochovce NPP. After the war began, full-scale war began, the Finnish project was cancelled. It is still the largest termination of a Russian nuclear project abroad, valued at around 7.5 billion euros. Hauge 2 is now Rosatom's only active NPP construction project in EU. It received a special exemption from EU sanctions, which may suggest it's unaffected, but that's not entirely true. Adapting to the new reality took time and caused significant delays. Before Russia's full-scale invasion of Ukraine, Rosatom planned to pour the first concrete for the new island here in 2022. However, 3 years later, that still hasn't happened. The project will also likely have to diversify its fuel supplies from purely Russian supplies. The Slovak project mainly helped expand Rosatom's potential fuel customer base in EU, and its role in construction was minimal. More significant changes are happening in the fuel supply market in EU. 19 VVER reactors are operating in 5 EU countries, and they are still using Russian fuel. In 2023, they even increased fuel purchases. mainly to stockpile amid uncertainty. Bellona was among the first to report this in our publications last year. A year ago, right here on this stage, I shared our forecast based on new contract analysis that Rosatom's share on the European nuclear fuel market could fall by at least 3 times by 2030. Events over the past year have only reinforced the forecast, as all the affected countries have now signed new contracts with alternative suppliers, such as Westinghouse or Rosatom. Finland and Bulgaria even began loading new fuel last year. But there are still many challenges along the way. For example, ties with Rosatom may persist through its cooperation with French company Rosatom, or due to strong political resistance in some countries, like Hungary and Slovakia. Russia has been the top foreign supplier of enriched uranium to EU and US, covering up to 30% of their demand in recent years. In the EU, most enriched uranium is delivered as part of fuel assemblies. Outside of that, the French nuclear industry is now almost the only buyer. In 2024, Russian uranium was shipped either directly to France or to Rosatom's plant in Lingen, Germany. However, the total volume of EU purchases declined compared to previous years. In the US, a law banning Russian enriched uranium imports from 2028 was passed last year. Deliveries started to decline after peaking in 2023, but it's still too easy to say that if the law is the main reason. Western suppliers, company Olena and Urenco, already began expanding their enrichment capacity in both the EU and US last year. Governments can and should support this effort. The US is already doing so by enacting the ban and allocating funding to strengthen domestic enrichment capabilities. There is good reason to believe that a change in American administration would not reverse this policy. Last week, the European Commission also announced new measures to reduce dependence on Russian enrichment services and nuclear fuel. While we are still waiting for the details, this long-anticipated step is expected to reinforce current market trends and help prevent backtracking. With sufficient political will, the West could significantly reduce its dependence on Russian enrichment within a few years. This slide shows the key countries where Rosatom currently has its largest international projects. In total, the company claims to be active in 60 countries. Rosatom's major activities are focused in the Global South, and most of these countries, such as China and India, have not imposed any sanctions on Russia and do not plan to cut ties with it. Most Global South countries where Rosatom operates are considered by Russia as so-called friendly nations and seen as geopolitical allies. In 2023, they accounted for 75% of Rosatom's international revenue, mainly from nuclear power plant construction, which brings it in nearly half of its foreign income. Western countries focused on reducing their reliance on Rosatom, primarily in the fuel sector, now represent only about 15% of Rosatom's revenue. These losses will likely be offset by future deliveries to countries where Rosatom is already building NPP on Global South. Here you can see a timeline of Rosatom's foreign NPP construction projects. Each horizontal bar represents the construction cycle of a reactor unit, from the pouring of concrete for the reactor island foundation to grid connection. The vertical red dashes line marks the beginning of 2025. Today, 90 units are actively being built across 6 countries. To the left, you can see a black vertical line marks February 2022, the start of Russian full-scale invasion of Ukraine. At that point, 13 reactor units were under active construction. Now there are 6 more. In 3 years, Rosatom completed Belarus, second unit of Belarus nuclear power plant and started 7 new builds in Turkey, Egypt, and China. That's a significant increase, and it partly explained the growth in Rosatom's foreign revenue. However, most of these projects are long-standing, with contracts signed more than 7 or 8 years ago. Since 2022, Rosatom hasn't signed any new full-scale construction contract abroad. The only exception is a contract for small modular reactors in Uzbekistan. But even there, Rosatom had long been negotiation the construction of a large-scale nuclear power plant. In that sense, the shift to an SMRs is not exactly what Rosatom originally wanted, although the large NPP project is still under discussion. Let's take a closer look at Rosatom's international NPP construction projects. They can be divided in 2 groups. The first group shown on this slide includes projects in Turkey, Egypt, and Bangladesh. All these countries are nuclear newcomers. It will be their first nuclear power plant. And Rosatom providing full service packages. Most of the funding comes from Russian state loans. In Turkey, Rosatom even owns the Akü NPP. These projects are more vulnerable to Western, especially US, financial sanctions. For example, the Turkish project reportedly lost around $2 billion due to frozen funds in US bank. The Bangladesh project has also faced ongoing payment difficulties due to restriction on using US dollars. In addition, these projects rely on several Western suppliers. For instance, both the Egyptian and Turkish plants use French-made turbines and generators without any issues. However, Siemens electrical equipment for Akü was delayed by the German government, forcing Rosatom to order Chinese replacements. The first unit in Turkey and Bangladesh were originally scheduled to begin operating several years ago. Fresh nuclear fuel was delivered to both sites more than 2 years ago, but the units still haven't been launched. Sanctions haven't stopped these projects, but they have clearly caused delays and problems. Projects in China, India, and Iran can be combined in second group. They are financed mostly by customers, and all these countries already have their own nuclear industry, in some cases a highly developed one. As a result, these projects feature a high level of localization. For example, in China, Rosatom is only responsible for the design and delivery of core reactor island equipment, while Chinese companies handle the rest and manage the project. These projects are less affected by sanctions, by Western sanctions on Russia, and depend more on local conditions and capabilities than on Rosatom's effort. Cooperation in these countries is strategic for Russia and also involves deeper technology sharing. China is a special partner for Rosatom. 30 years ago, China was one of the first foreign buyers of Russian nuclear power plants, and Russia built one of China's first NPPs. But during this time, China's nuclear industry grew rapidly. Today, it has the world's second largest NPP fleet. To achieve this, China used technologies not only from Russia, but also from Western countries, and developed its own based on them. Now China is building more nuclear units than any other country or company, even more than Rosatom, and not only more, but faster. An interesting fact, China builds Russian-designed reactors faster than Rosatom does in Russia. China is more interested in Russian nuclear knowledge and technology than in its equipment or workers. Russia shares with China technologies and expertise that it doesn't share with almost anyone else, including uranium enrichment and fuel fabrication, fast reactor technologies, fuel reprocessing, and small modular reactors. On one hand, this could lead to even closer Russian-Chinese cooperation, including joint nuclear projects in other countries. They already working together in Turkey and are now talking about doing the same in Uzbekistan. And some of their cooperation may not be public. On the other hand, as China grows stronger and Russia faces increased pressure, China could become a serious competitor to Rosatom. For example, it recently won a contract for a large nuclear power plant in Ghana, where Rosatom was also a bidder. China has also increased its enriched uranium export to US over the past 2 years, a market Rosatom may be forced to exit in the future. And conclusions. First, Rosatom's business in the West will continue to shrink, especially in the fuel sector. But Global South projects are helping to fill that gap for Rosatom. Technically, the West can reduce its dependency on Rosatom within 3 to 5 years, if governments stay committed and provide support, maybe in form of more strong sanctions. Second, Rosatom is still working in the Global South, but sanctions and pressure on Russia are making it more difficult. US sanctions and Western suppliers play a big role in putting pressure on Rosatom. What happens next will depend on future decisions in these areas. And third, nuclear cooperation between China and Russia is growing. With rising pressure on Russia, Rosatom will likely have a harder time getting new international projects without either working closely with Russia or competing with it. This situation may be uncomfortable for Rosatom and Russia, but it could also cause problems and risk for the West. Thank you.
Thank you, Dmitry. So before we go to a break, we have one more speaker, and then we'll let you guys have some coffee and stretch your legs. So I want to welcome Darya Dolzikova, who is a senior research fellow with the Royal United Service Institute in London. She will talk to us about presence in Western and international nuclear supply chains, when she has competency on proliferation and nuclear policies questions. Please.
Lovely, thanks so much. A big thank you to Bellona for organizing this, for having me. It's a pleasure to be here, and thank you for your work across the board on this issue. So as was mentioned, my name is Darya Dolzikova. I'm a researcher with the Royal United Services Institute. We're based out of London. We're a defense and security think tank. We cover a range of defense and security issues. I sit with our proliferation nuclear policy team and work on a range of subjects related to nuclear policy, nuclear safety, security, non-proliferation, kind of cover the gamut. Over the last few years, I've been really honing in on Rosatom's work, as well as the situation in Ukraine, the nuclear safety security situation in Ukraine, which obviously are very closely interrelated. A lot of my work covers the Iran nuclear program as well, which, as was just mentioned, involves Rosatom as well, in the construction of the Bushehr power plants, which is the civilian side of the Iranian program, but nevertheless has raised some concerns around Russian involvement in the country. So what I figured I would do today was, I was going to talk quickly about Russia's nuclear exports, its presence in the conversion space. Dmitry's done that much better than I can. So what I figured I would do is I'd skip over that and go straight to the subject that I've really spent the last couple of years really focusing in on, which is Russia's presence in global enrichment. markets, uranium enrichment markets. And this is, I think, a subject that, has personally interested me, but also is an area where Western governments can really, I think, make a dent when it comes to cutting dependence on Russian supply in the nuclear sector. So I'm going to zero in. Dmitry touched on it briefly already. I'm going to hone in a little bit more in detail on what it is that we're actually talking about. You'll see the graph there on estimated global imports of enriched uranium from Russia between 2019 and 2023 by a range of countries. This is in US dollars. Now, actually tracking the volume, the value of Russian exports of enriched uranium to global markets is notoriously challenging because Russia doesn't actually report its exports in enriched uranium. It's by no stretch the only country that doesn't do that, but it makes our jobs as researchers a lot more difficult. So the way that I've approached it is to look at imports by countries that we know import from Russia, wherever that data is available. So you'll see the graph there. I appreciate it's a little bit small. You'll find all of these graphs in the publication that we put out on this subject last year. That's all available on our website. I linked to it at the end as well. But it should give you a bit of an idea of where the greatest imports are of enriched uranium, of Russian enriched uranium. So in 2022, Rosatom accounted for an estimated 44% of operational enrichment capacity globally. So it's by far the biggest supplier of enrichment capacity in the world. In 2023, Russia accounted for just under 38% of enrichment services supplied to European Union utilities, and just over 27% of enrichment services purchased by US utilities. So in both those instances, it is again by far the largest foreign supplier of enrichment services to both those markets. And as you'll see, the biggest imports of enriched uranium or enriched uranium services, and you sort of have to distinguish those two. I won't go into too much detail as to why, but we separate enrichment services from actual enriched uranium when we're looking at this data, is to China, France, and the United States. And that remains the case. It's remained the case since 2022. And I'll go into a bit more detail, particularly on the French and Chinese cases. In the case of the US, those numbers are a little bit tricky because some of that material gets shipped back out. So the purchases of enriched uranium services, there's some feed that's exported back out. So it's a little bit difficult to actually hone in on the specific value of the imports into the United States. Again, if we want to go into more detail as to why that is, we can in the panel discussion, or it's outlined in the report. But notwithstanding, there is a large amount of enriched uranium that's coming into the United States from Russia. So this is a graph of enriched uranium imports into Europe. It is an important market for Russian enriched uranium services. And as you'll see, there's been some shifts since 2022 as to where the enriched uranium is actually imported to in Europe from Russia. So previously, there was a large amount being imported into Sweden. That drops off to zero in 2022. I think there was a little import kind of in January, I think, or early February of 2022, and then it stops completely, with continued imports primarily into France, Germany, and the Netherlands, some imports into Spain. Now, for those that are familiar with nuclear fuel cycles, those countries will not be particularly surprising because that's where nuclear fuel production happens. And nuclear fuel production in those countries happens not just for those countries, but for export onto other markets across Europe and across the world. So Sweden, the Swedish utilities stopped using Russian enriched uranium for their fuel production. Sweden used to also, or still does, produce fuel for other markets as well, including France and other countries, Ukraine as well. But they've stopped all imports of Russian enriched uranium in 2022. And you see a spike after 2022 into France, and particularly in 2024 into Germany, where again, there are fuel fabrication facilities. So this raises a couple of questions as to why is France needing almost a 200% increase, I think it was in 2022, of Russian enriched uranium? How can we explain this? So this is a quote that I pulled out after a little bit of digging from reporting in Le Monde in the French newspaper that said that actually France has not, or the French utility, EDF, has not increased its share of the use of Russian enriched uranium in its fuel production. So what that says to me is that this spike in imports into France is not for French, not necessarily for use in French reactors. As I mentioned, in France, there are fuel production facilities that produce nuclear fuel for reactors in other countries as well. So there's a few different reasons for why there might have been the spike into France. One of them might be that other utilities that use France for their fuel production were stockpiling. They were trying to get this enriched uranium to the fuel production facility in France in advance of any sanctions that might have come on that they might have been expecting. The other explanation for it is that there are a number of countries that, like I said, had stopped taking in Russian enriched uranium. So there was no more imports into Sweden, where, like I said, a few different countries were producing nuclear fuel for their reactors. The United Kingdom is an interesting case because they don't actually report imports of enriched uranium. So it makes it quite difficult to figure out whether there have been any changes in imports into the United Kingdom. However, in July 2022, they introduced a 35% tariff on imports of various isotopes and compounds from Russia. So that would have included enriched uranium. So if you can no longer, or if it becomes very expensive to import enriched uranium into the United Kingdom, if we see trade data dropping down in Sweden on imports of Russian enriched uranium into Sweden, that leaves three fuel production facilities in Europe. That leaves Spain, France, and Germany for fuel production fabrication for reactors in Europe and elsewhere that these facilities export to. So that to me is probably the most likely explanation of these spikes. It's a reallocation across the market. There's some flexibility in markets. So if there's no more imports coming into Sweden or the UK, the UK again, the data is missing, but presumably 35% tariff is a bit off-putting. So there's movement into other fuel fabrication facilities. The point being that these markets are quite flexible. So when we have countries like the UK putting in certain restrictions, like this 35% tariff, that doesn't mean that stops Russian enriched uranium imports into Europe. There is a little bit of flexibility, so it can move around the market a little bit. It's limited, it's not full flexibility. Nevertheless, I think this stresses the importance of a multilateral approach. Just because a single country takes measures doesn't mean that that material can't enter European markets or otherwise through other doors. So I think it again highlights the importance of a multilateral approach. Another case which is quite interesting is the case of China. Dmitry already mentioned this briefly, but there was quite a significant increase of imports, both in US dollar amounts and in the actual volume into China from Russia. So we see this in 2022, persists through 2023, huge spike in 2024. The data for 2025 is just for the first 3 months, but we still see that there are still imports coming into China. So again, a couple of different possibilities. China is building nuclear reactors like it's nobody's business. So perhaps they're importing enriched uranium for their own use, for their own reactors, but they have their own enrichment capability and capacity as well. Perhaps they're stockpiling for future need for the Chinese as well. That's one potential explanation. The Chinese nuclear sector, more so even than the European one, is a bit of a black box. So doing research into where this material actually goes in China and what happens to it is a little bit tricky. But that's one potential explanation. But I think a particularly convincing explanation is when you look at Chinese exports of enriched uranium to the United States in particular. We see a massive spike in 2023 and 2024. I've not seen any data for exports in 2025 yet. That doesn't mean that it's not coming, but a massive increase in 2023 and 2024. And I had tried to find where those exports were going to, and if I'm not mistaken, they were going to fuel fabrication facilities in the United States. So that to me raises the possibility of potential displacement, right? So if the Chinese are keen to do greater business on global markets, on global enriched uranium markets, which we know they are, they're keen to become, as Dmitry had mentioned, a much bigger player in global nuclear supply chains, both in the construction of reactors, but also in the provision of nuclear enrichment services, uranium enrichment services. Then one possibility is if countries won't take Russian enriched uranium, the Chinese will take it. That frees up a little bit of domestic capacity to then export Chinese enriched uranium to global markets. It's a hypothesis. I have no proof that that's actually the displacement that's happening. But I think the evidence points to the fact that these kinds of questions need to be asked. The United States has, in the fall, I think it was in September, perhaps a bit earlier, opened up an investigation to look into whether this kind of displacement is actually happening. Very difficult to track because, again, you're having to figure out where the enriched uranium is going inside of China and where this export of enriched uranium is coming from. So it's a bit hard to track that inside of China to prove whether any kind of displacement is actually going on. But it is a question that I've certainly asked and that the United States government has been looking into as well to see if displacement is actually taking place. So what does all of this mean? Russian presence within nuclear supply chains is extensive. So it's not just segregated to a particular part of the supply chain. It covers everything from, as we've already discussed, presence in the uranium mining sector, in the construction of nuclear reactors, in the export of nuclear fuel, conversion, enrichment services, reprocessing, etc. Alternatives to Russian supply are available across the supply chain. So again, we've already discussed that there are other fabricators of reactors of nuclear fuel that's fit for VVER reactors, of conversion and enrichment services. However, they are currently a little bit limited in certain parts of the nuclear fuel cycle in their capacity. When it comes to nuclear reactor exports, the Russians are really the main ones that are exporting reactors at the moment. There are a few others. The French, for instance, are building reactors abroad as well, but not at the scale and pace that Russia is doing so. China is trying to get into the market as well. When it comes to uranium enrichment, there's also an expansion of capacity in Europe, an effort to expand capacity in the United States as well. The expansion is going a lot quicker in Europe than it is in the United States, but nevertheless, there are efforts in place. However, we're still not quite there where alternative enrichment capacity can replace Russian enriched capacity. My understanding is that that transition, technically speaking, in terms of capacity that's available, will be easier in Europe than it is in the United States. The US is still kind of working to ratchet up capacity a bit, but it is a process. There are regulatory, political, and commercial considerations that are complicating diversification away from Russia. Like I said, there's some flexibility across markets, but it is limited. You can ship enriched uranium to a different fuel production facility if you already have some enriched uranium going to that production facility as a utility to get your fuel produced elsewhere. However, for things like the construction of nuclear reactors or the production of VVER fuel, you need to certify with a new supplier if you're going to do that. That's a very lengthy and complicated process, as it should be. However, it does challenge diversification and moving away from established suppliers. And as Russia gets squeezed out of some parts of the nuclear market, its nuclear sector will adapt. So again, we're seeing some of this adaptation by the looks of it in Europe, by the moving around of where enriched uranium is delivered, or by the stockpiling of enriched uranium in advance of any expected sanctions. That is all a natural adaptation by businesses in the nuclear fuel sector. However, again, it does highlight that if there is going to be a move to try to clamp down on some of those dependencies on Russian enriched uranium and other supplies, it can't be a unilateral country by country effort. It does need to be a multilateral effort to close all available doors if that's really what we're trying to do. And my expectation is that Rosatom will look to essentially increase its presence in other parts of the nuclear fuel cycle, or as was mentioned earlier, in other industries altogether to try to make up for the challenges it's facing in certain parts of the nuclear fuel cycle. So what are options for addressing persistent dependencies? We need to incentivize, be it uranium enrichment providers or conversion service providers or nuclear power plant construction companies, suppliers, with competitive government incentives and, importantly, long-term demand signals, both from government and from industry. This is a very, very resource-intensive, regulation-intensive industry. So if suppliers think that in 2 years from now, if sanctions are put in or restrictions are put in, and then in 2 years from now, that's all lifted, there's very little incentive to put in the upfront costs in setting up new enrichment capacity or entering new markets for reactor construction or nuclear fuel production. So there need to be long-term assurances and demand signals, both from government, but also from industry. I've stressed this a few times, but multilateral restrictions on imports of Russian material, it can't be a one-off thing. Like I said, the United Kingdom has put in a 35% tariff. There's other doors for that enriched uranium to enter European markets. So it does really need to be a multilateral effort. The pursuit of possible cases of ban circumventions and strengthening of verification capabilities. So I talked about the potential for displacement through China. Like I said, the United States is already looking into whether this is actually happening, because if it is, then that would be in circumvention of the bans that are in place in the United States on imports of Russian enriched uranium, would be considered a circumvention tactic. So the need to pursue these instances and to identify ways of strengthening verification capabilities. So how do you actually track this material? What kind of information do we search from governments? To assess and address dependency on Russia across the nuclear fuel supply chain. My work focused largely on the enriched uranium aspect of the supply chain, but as we've discussed, the Russian presence runs across the full nuclear fuel cycle. So cutting them out of one doesn't necessarily mean that they won't sort of move into other parts of the sector. And then importantly, highlighting the risks of Russian presence in countries' energy supply chains, because oftentimes for political reasons, countries will say, well, actually, I just need a supplier. The Russians can build a whole power plant for me. They'll operate it for me. They'll take my spent fuel, et cetera, et cetera. So highlighting the risks that exist in building up dependencies on Russia is important to make clear to those countries why kind of putting all their eggs in the Russian basket is not necessarily the smartest idea from an energy security perspective, perhaps. And then avoiding trading dependencies on Russia for dependencies on other suppliers. So again, we see this additional import into the United States of Chinese enriched uranium. That to me does not seem like the most sensible diversification tactic. So looking at potentially more sort of quote unquote dependable, friendly suppliers as an alternative. And further open source reporting and greater transparency in nuclear fuel supply chains. I mean, Bellona will know this well. I experienced it trying to track these nuclear fuel cycle flows of enriched uranium. It is a headache and a half to try to pull all of this together. And I think I can certainly speak for RUSI's work. It's had a lot of interest from industry, from governments. I expect it's been the same for Bellona. So this work does actually have a lot of uptake, and it's really, really important. There's others in the space doing it as well. So continuing to do this kind of work, the kind of work that Bellona is doing, is really important as well. We've got some more work on the subject on our webpage. We've done some work on Russian activity at Ukrainian nuclear facilities. All of that is on our webpage, which you can find there, and my email address is at the bottom if there's any questions. And I'll stop there.
Thank you very much, Darya. And we hope to be able to invite you back at some point to speak a bit more about proliferation as well, since you didn't manage to have time to touch upon that. And now, so we're going to take a break. I think we need it, 15 minutes approximately, or well, rather 10. So we'll meet you back here at 11:45 Oslo time, so 11, 12 minutes. So see you in a short while. And to those of you online, please stay on the stream. We'll be back quite shortly. Thank you.
Can you see presentation? Yeah. Okay. No, I can hear you now. And can you hear me? I can't hear you. But I
And we will Ingen kommentar. Olena, can you hear us? You hear us? Fine.
Yeah.
Then we are going to start. I want to introduce our next speaker, Olena Lapenko. She's General Manager for Security and Resilience in the DiXi Group from Ukraine. DiXi is an Ukrainian energy think tank that works on sustainable energy, decarbonization, good governance, transparency, and market competition. And Olena has been a visible voice on energy issues in Ukraine that Ukraine faces during and as a result of Russia's war. And when it comes to the nuclear industry, she's one of the experts asking for increased sanction pressure on Rosatom. And today she will speak on this topic, that is how to effectively sanction Rosatom to stop the financial flows to Russia. She's with us online. Olena, please, the floor is yours for 50 minutes.
Thank you, Oskar. Dear guests and colleagues from Bellona Foundation, thank you for having me here today. I represent DiXi Group, which consistently advocates sanctions against the Russian energy sector and points out a big gap in the sanctions policy. It is the nuclear energy segment. Firstly, I would like to thank Norway for its significant support to Ukraine, to our energy sector. It is really critical for ensuring the security of electricity and gas supplies for the country's population. It is thanks to such strong support from our partners, or would even say friends, that we managed to fight and hold on firmly on the energy front. I will share my screen. I hope you can see my presentation now. Yeah?
We can see it well. Thank you.
But I see that it is a slide. I share you the slide. Yeah, okay. One sec. I'm here to discuss critical issue, how to effectively sanction Rosatom is Russia's nuclear and defense giant. We try to find ways to curb its financial flows and address the strategic risks of global expansion. Over the next 15 minutes, I'll outline Rosatom's influence, the risk of continued business with it, and actionable steps to counter its dominance, all rooted in the need for energy security, geopolitical stability, and environmental safety. So let's start with the scale of Rosatom's influence. Rosatom is not just a nuclear energy company, as the speakers before me have already said. It's a cornerstone of Russia's economy and military-industrial complex. Rosatom's income from international activities is growing every year. Of course, this is partly because countries that are dependent on Russian nuclear fuel supplies after the start of the full-scale invasion have pursued a policy of accumulating fuel assemblies in order to find themselves in a situation in order not to find themselves in a situation where supplies will be interrupted. However, the European Union's deep dependence on Rosatom continues to persist, and this continues to be a concern. Nowhere is Rosatom's grip more evident than in Europe. The European Union's nuclear power plants with VVR type of reactors still rely on Russian nuclear fuel, and France has a strong cooperation with Rosatom in enrichment uranium supplies. In 2024, the EU imported 700 million euro worth of Russian uranium products. This dependency isn't just economic, it's a strategic vulnerability, and every euro spent on Russian fuel strengthens Rosatom and, by extension, Russia's war machine. But now I want to demonstrate something that even more disturbing. As Dmitry Gorchakov said in his speech previously, Rosatom has not concluded any new agreements on the construction of nuclear power plants, except of Uzbekistan. But I would like to note that this does not mean that Rosatom is not trying to expand. We see that Rosatom is actively continuing its expansion. DiXi Group has investigated how many new supply agreements, potential cooperation agreements, memorandums, roadmaps, as well as different intergovernmental agreements that provide for cooperation in the field of nuclear energy were signed during the last 3 years. Rosatom's global expansion is equally alarming. In 2022, 2023, and 2024, it signed agreements with countries like Uzbekistan, Turkey, Kyrgyzstan, Belarus, Serbia, Syria, offering cheap technologies, state-backed loans to secure long-term influence. For instance, in 2024, Uzbekistan signed a deal for a new nuclear power plant, and Turkey deepened its ties through the Akkuyu project. These deals lock countries into decades of dependency. Strikingly, many of these nations, Belarus, Syria, and others, either voted against or abstained from United Nations General Assembly resolution adopted in July 2024. This resolution, titled Safety and Security of Ukraine's Nuclear Facilities, including Zaporizhzhia nuclear power plant, demanded that Russia immediately returns the Zaporizhzhia nuclear power plant to Ukraine's full control and withdraw its military personnel. Passed with 99 votes in favor, 9 against, and 60 abstentions, it exposed a divide. Countries expanding ties with Rosatom often aligned with Russia's interests, revealing Rosatom's role as a tool of political influence. This isn't coincidence, it's evidence of how Rosatom's deals buy loyalty, undermining global nuclear safety and accountability. I can just scroll these pictures and be amazed as how little Ukrainians' experience is known in the world. It is clear that all the lessons from the Ukrainian case have not yet been learned. The weak reaction of the world to the threats of nuclear safety that Russia has created in Ukraine will likely continue to show signs. Therefore, our mission is to provide as much information as possible about the activities of Rosatom and its close cooperation with the state and military machine. The risks of continuing business with Rosatom are profound. First, energy security. European Union's reliance on Rosatom nuclear fuel threatens stability as Russia has weaponized energy supplies. Second, political dependence. As seen in United Nations voting patterns, it confirms this idea. Third, the most concerning is military security. Rosatom's subsidiaries are embedded in Russia's military complex. According to Alexei Likhachev, Rosatom's head, the company meets 100% of its military obligations, including nuclear weapons production. Every contract with Rosatom funds Russia's aggression. including its occupation of the Zaporizhzhia nuclear power plant. A glaring example, which was mentioned previously, is Lingen, Germany, where a plant is about to produce nuclear fuel with Rosatom's subsidiary, 12, using Russian technology, Russian license, and Russian equipment. As reported, French company Framatome is hosting Russian specialists in Germany to convert this facility. This isn't just cooperation, it's dependency. It's relying on Russian know-how, machinery, personnel. We understand that Rosatom is just not about reactors. Rosatom's dual-use technologies used for both civilian and military purposes make it an unique threat. For example, subsidiaries like Giredmet or Siberian chemical plant produce materials like molybdenum trioxide and ytterbium fiber lasers, which support Russia's nuclear arsenal and other weapon systems. This list, which is presented on the slide, is far from complete. We are currently finalizing our research on potential ties of Rosatom's structures with the military sector, and the full list of such companies will be presented as a proposal for the imposition of sanctions at the level of the broadest possible coalition of partners. One more point is Rosatom's non-core acquisitions amplify its threat. In 2023, for example, it acquired MCST, Moscow Center of Spark Technologies, developer of Russia's Elbrus processor, through its subsidiary NPO Critical Information Systems, to bolster domestic electronics amid sanctions. In 2022, also, Rosatom's Renera increased its stake in South Korea's Enertech, a lithium-ion battery developer, from more than 49% to more than 98%. These technologies, processor and batteries, are critical not just for civilian use, but for military applications, powering drone, missiles, and communication system. Even non-experts can see that such acquisitions enhance Russia's military capabilities, securing advanced technologies that would take years to replicate. These moves show Rosatom's ambition to dominate critical technologies in Russia, strengthening Russia's resilience against sanctions and its war machine. Rosatom influence extends to the International Atomic Energy Agency, where Russian officials like Mikhail Chudakov, Deputy Director General, and also his head of nuclear energy department, play pivotal roles. A 20-year Rosatom's veteran Chudakov, his position raises concerns about conflicts of interest, especially given Rosatom's control over Zaporizhzhia nuclear power plant. In March 2022, Greenpeace International demanded his removal, citing risks to IAEA, impartially a call Switzerland supported. Despite this, in November 2024, IAEA redesigned Rosatom Technical Academy as a collaborating center, expanding cooperation on small modular reactors and nuclear security, with Chudakov signing the agreement. This access to sensitive IAEA data allows Rosatom to tailor its global offerings, outcompeting Western firms, while compromising nuclear safety oversight. Rosatom's sway over the IAEA undermines trust in the agency's ability to address crises, like the Zaporizhzhia nuclear power plant, objectively. So, what needs to be done? The path forward requires bold, coordinated action. First, we need targeted sanctions on Rosatom subsidiaries that are not critical to nuclear power plant maintenance, like Giremet or Centratech, which supply dual-use goods. To be honest, it's almost 500 companies and organizations, except perhaps Atomstroy export, all that companies have to be sanctioned. The EU must also ban new projects with Rosatom, like the new production line in Lincoln plant. This will send a clear signal to Rosatom about his presence in Europe. Second, we must develop alternative supply chains. Companies like Westinghouse and USA are already producing and cooperating to produce nuclear fuel for VVR reactors. Scaling these efforts can break Russia's monopoly. Third, the EU should prohibit supplying technologies and components for Russian design plants, cutting off Rosatom's access to Western innovations. Fourth, we need technological isolation. This means halting cooperation on new nuclear technologies like small modular reactors and ending scientific collaborations with Russia. Fifth, we must reduce Russia's influence in the IAEA, removing Russian officials from leadership roles and restricting their access to sensitive data is essential to restore the agency's credibility. Sixth, we need synchronized global sanctions. The EU, US, and allies must align to target Rosatom's military-linked entities. And finally, we must invest in domestic and international capacities for uranium conversion, enrichment, and waste management to diversify imports and ensure sustainable nuclear energy. And this path must be irreversible. Any renewal of cooperation with the Kremlin in the energy sector is a threat. By pushing for sanctions and alternatives, we can mitigate these risks while advancing a cleaner, safer energy future. So, in closing, every contract, every euro fuels a regime that undermines global security. We should act decisively, sanction Rosatom, diversify our energy sources, and reclaim control over our nuclear future. So this way, together, we can stop the financial flows to Russia and build a world where energy is a force for peace and not for conflict. Thank you.
Olena, thank you very much. We in Bellona do very much admire your work, and we're looking forward to continue working with you on topics of common interest and towards common goals. So thank you for being here, and looking forward to working more with you in the future. I want to introduce our final speaker before we move on to the panel and questions from the audience. Ingar Amundsen is head of the section of international nuclear safety and security with the Norwegian Radiation and Nuclear Safety Authority, also known as the DSA in short. Ingar is, well, put it simply, the international face of Norway's regulator. And today he will be speaking on nuclear safety and security in Ukraine. So Ingar, please, the floor is yours.
Thank you. First, I will give you information regarding the implications of the war for nuclear safety and security in Ukraine. I will also say that we are the regulator, we are the...
Unfortunately, I almost cannot hear the speaker. Please give the microphone to the speaker.
Ministry of Environment, for Ministry of Foreign Affairs. Related to this work, we are the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. We have action plan, which also was mentioned here by Kristian from MFA since the mid-90s. At that time, focusing very much on Ukraine, but also at that time it was focused on Ukraine. After 2014, this focus was heavily increased, and even more increased in 2022 after the full-scale invasion of Russia. So it's a large program. NGOs and Bellona are involved, but also others are playing active parts, and also representatives here in the audience. My speech, I will say something about the implications for Ukraine, the challenges related to what has been facing since the full-scale invasion, and I will give some information about what Norway is doing and also about the international cooperation. This is the first time a war is fought in a country which has operating nuclear power plants. It's a very special situation, and it's a lot of different challenges which are faced. We see that MPPs have been targeted specifically. Zaporizhzhia is specifically devoted in that direction. It was taken over by the Russian military in very closely after the full-scale invasion in March 2022. And we also see that MPPs have been used as weapons of war. It is also clear that in this situation it is seen that laws and recommendations, which is the basis for the safety and security of nuclear power plants, they are not made for these kind of situations. And that also causes a lot of difficulties. Also that they are not constructed for these kind of actions and protected for such situations. In Ukraine, there is a number of nuclear facilities. Risk assessment shows that it's the operating nuclear power plants which possesses the highest risk of contamination and consequences outside of the territory. Ukraine has 4 operating nuclear power plants. One is the European's largest in Zaporizhzhia. Then you have the 3 others, Rivne, Khmelnytskyi, and South Ukraine. Chernobyl is it's also called a nuclear power plant. However, the last reactor was shut down in 2000. It is 4 reactors. Chernobyl is now an operating waste facility, and also, of course, has to deal with the destroyed reactor number 4 from 1986. There are 2 main spent nuclear fuel storage sites in Ukraine. One is at Zaporizhzhia, and the other one is at Chernobyl. There are 2 research reactors, one in Kyiv, the other one at Sevastopol, at Crimea, and there's a neutron source in Kharkiv who also was attacked and was shelled after the invasion. In addition to this, there is waste storages at 5 main locations in Ukraine, which also may cause a kind of concern if there is shelling. However, this is estimated to be more of a local concern. But anyhow, of these 4 operating power plants, as you can see to the right here, the reactors, the 6 reactors at Zaporizhzhia is shut down. At present, at the 9 other reactors, 4 of them are, or 5 of them are running, and 4 are out of business at present due to maintenance and due to fuel exchange. Some of the risks which we see in this situation is direct shelling of the nuclear facilities. It is a specifically targeted energy grid by Russia, which also gives implications for the nuclear power plants. The loss of power to NPPs and fluctuations in the energy grid is cause of concern. Once it was so much fluctuation in the energy grid that all of the nuclear power plants were automatically shut down. Also, the regulator, SNRU, Nuclear Safety and Security Authority, are facing large difficulties. They have lost a lot of their staff due to some of them are taking part in the war. Some have fled the country, and some find themselves in occupied areas after the invasion. There are also much concerned about criminality activities in these kinds of situations, specifically reported by the police and the security police. It's also lack of spare parts, difficult to obtain maintenance equipment necessary for the maintenance programs. Mines are located both in the Chernobyl exclusion zone, but of course also in reoccupied territories, making it difficult to get hold of radioactive sources in abandoned areas and to have control of them. And lack of regulations for wartime conditions, as I mentioned, as we also see, for instance, in reoccupied and areas close to the borderline. The people and actors who are allowed to go there do not have the equipment and do not have the license, while the civil authorities who have the license and have the equipment are not allowed to enter due to the wartime situation. So these are some of the difficulties which is faced in Ukraine today. I will now go into two specific examples. One at Zaporizhzhia, the largest nuclear power plant in Europe. They lost external power 8 times since the full-scale invasion. There have been shelling very close to the plant, and also that it has been only arbitrary and luck that it has not been doing more damage to that. The Kakhovka Dam was destroyed, which has been very important for the cooling pond and the cooling of the reactors. IAEA has mentioned that all of their 7 indispensable pillars, which is the specific requirement they put up after the full-scale invasion, which is necessary for a safe and secure running of a nuclear power plant. All of these pillars have been broken at Zaporizhzhia. You have to have a system for safe electricity, for the safe you need to have a regulatory authority who actually maintain the activities at the plant. You need to have a transport system which enables you to get maintenance equipment, and you need to have emergency preparedness systems in place. A lot of these pillars have been incremented and has been difficult to fulfill. As I mentioned, the reactors are shut down. It is also important to mention that there has not been any releases from the nuclear power plant at Zaporizhzhia. I skip forward now. This is the other example I would like to mention, which was the drone attack at the new safe confinement at Chernobyl. The new safe confinement is the confinement over the old reactor number 4. It was put in place in 2019. It was a 1.5 billion euro project, taking more than 10 years to fulfill. It is extraordinarily large, and it has two purposes. One is to contain the whole reactor, the damaged reactor structure. So in case of any dust releases of radioactivity during decommissioning and waste handling phase, the activity is not spread into the environment. That is one main aim of the confinement. The other aim is to facilitate the decommissioning and waste handling activities. In February, it was a drone hitting the new safe confinement. DSA, we were there in March. We were able to see it by ourselves. To the very right picture, you can see actually the hole in the confinement. There's also large damage to the membrane. It's a large membrane all over the safe confinement, which contains the inside and under pressure, so that if any releases should occur, it should not get out. So the main structure of the confinement has been compromised. It is now an investigation how to fix this, how to organize this, and that is still going on. The fire, it was a fire in some days after the strike, and it was also smoldering fires after that for quite some time, because this membrane was flammable. So it created more damage than expected. However, it has not been measured any types of increase of radioactivity levels. Okay, back to the Norwegian focus. I mentioned the nuclear action plan. After the full-scale invention, the Norwegian government established a Nansen support program, military and civilian focus. Nuclear safety and security is one part of this, and it also shows that increases the amount of funding which is available for assisting Ukraine in this difficult situation. Some of the focus areas is cooperation with our sister organization, SNRU, nuclear safety and security at nuclear facilities and nuclear power plants, prevent smuggling of radioactive material, control of radioactive sources, and also specifically highlighting the Chernobyl exclusion zone, which was occupied for a period of 6 weeks after the full-scale invasion. A recent white paper has come out in this fall. It was also mentioned by the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. It gives targets and focus for the nuclear action plan, for the assistance program for Ukraine, but also for other countries. Two main objectives: reduce risk of accident and radioactive contamination, and the last one, to prevent nuclear and other radioactive materials from falling into the wrong hands. I will just briefly mention some of the activities which Norway has been focusing and performed. I will also mention that the war situation and the full-scale invasion actually changed the thinking of what nuclear safety and security is. Just after the invasion, we got a lot of requests from our Ukraine partners, and these requests was about equipment and assistance, which normally is not considered as nuclear safety and security at all. If we have got these requests 4 or 5 weeks before, we will just said, no, it is not vital, it's not that important. After the full-scale invasion, sleeping bags and personal protection equipment, radio communication is very high on the agenda for nuclear safety and security. So this is a learning. This is a learning for us, this is a learning for everybody, and it's very important that we have this good contact with the Ukraine, who can show us how things are working and what the challenges are. cooperation with the regulatory authority, cooperation with the border control authority, cooperation with Rosatom and with the nuclear power plants has been vital for the Norwegian assistance. This is just pictures from to the very right here when the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, Espen Barth Eide, and the DSA General Director visited Rivne in October 2024. And to left the visit we had to Kyiv, Ukraine, in March. Here, discussing with the State Emergency Center of Ukraine. I will also mention that the international effort is very important when we are focusing on assistance to Ukraine. There is a very good cooperation between the countries involved. It's so many involved, so many engaged, and it is very important to be able to talk together, who's doing what are the challenges, but first of all, what are the needs from the Ukrainian side. And these international forums are important, and specifically the information sharing initiative. And we had a meeting, coordination meeting 2 weeks ago, where the Ukrainian side was sitting on one side of the table, and all the international partners and the international organizations like IAEA and UN organizations on the other side. Last slide. There are elevated risk for radioactive releases as a consequence of the war. That's quite clear. We are also very impressed by the work Ukraine authorities are doing to cope with this situation, and also to inform and to take part in this work. Assistance to Ukraine must continue. It also has to continue after the war is ended. International cooperation is essential, and through the Nansen program we will continue this work to assist Ukraine, also with assistance from NGO and other partners. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ingar. We're now moving on to questions to the panel. So I would ask the experts to have some patience, and we'll move the chairs up here so you all can sit in one place. We have about 45 minutes for discussions if we compensate for the fact that we started a bit late and then end the event at 12:15 instead of 12 exactly 12 o'clock. If we somehow run out of questions, we'll end before that. But I highly doubt so, given the amount of questions we already have. I think we have about 100 registered participants for this, most of them online. So there's plenty of questions already. I will introduce the questions, including from the audience online and here in the room, and those that we have received in advance. And I know that all of you probably are able and willing to talk at length about all of these issues, and I will allow you to do so more or less freely. If you go on a very long train of thought, I might indicate for you to shorten it down. But I think it's important that we try to answer in earnest, and we will figure out this together, I think, how to address the questions. And to start us off, I wanted to ask if there's any immediate questions in the room here. If so, then raise your hand and you will be given a microphone. There is one question over there, and one here in the front row. Let's see if we can get a microphone to the second row here, please.
Hi, thank you so much for the presentations. It's very interesting. Is it working? Yes, hi. Is it working? I represent Natura Ungdom. It's an environmental organization for youth in Norway. And we have some partner organizations in Russia that also work in the Arctic. So their perspective on the issues of Rosatom and their old friend Nornickel is a bit different in terms of that they feel that when a company that big is sanctioned, they care even less about what they do, especially inside Russia and in other countries like in Asia and the global South. And they would argue that it's maybe better to hold Rosatom and their partners accountable, because if they are excluded from the international community, they will do whatever, and this will lead to even more dangerous situation and even higher risks for the international community and environment. Thank you.
You want to comment on? Please, Alexander, if you want to comment, then go ahead.
Это мне вопрос, да? Спасибо, интересный вопрос. Вы знаете, мы смотрим на вас.
Thank you very much. This is indeed a very interesting question. We're looking at all kinds of international capabilities. We are looking at all kinds of efforts we can use in order to put pressure on Rosatom. Right now, we don't see in the overall international policy, and we can't see any international actors such as IAEA or other international organizations, perhaps UN agencies. We don't see any legal opportunity to impose any kind of punishment. Rosatom is part and parcel of the political Russia, and they always do what they want. We may be able to sign documents or talk about all kinds of accountability, but it doesn't work. The only thing we can do is to try and incur some losses, make sure that they lose money. So I kind of understand your colleagues who believe that we should look for some public mechanisms to put pressure on Rosatom. But frankly, for Rosatom, for Russia, it doesn't work right now.
Frederic, please.
Yeah, this is a narrative we meet quite often in discussions. There is, of course, a dilemma. Sanctions will reduce safety in nuclear installations in Russia and will threaten also the Russian population. But the responsibility for that is clearly and solely only the Russian government. This is a result of their attack towards Ukraine, and it just shows how cynical they are, that they're also willing to play with the Russian population's health and life. The way Rosatom actively are participating in the war, kidnapping people, occupying nuclear power plants, all this kind of stuff, is so, they have such a special role in the war that yes, they're also increasing the risk for the Russian population, and that just shows how cynical they are. That's my opinion. And I think we should be very careful with what I call the Russian narrative in accepting that the sanction is a problem because it's increased the risk in Russia. It's only Rosatom and the Russian government's responsibility. It's pity, it's hard, but this is a war, and they have to be hard back.
Darya, please.
Yeah, I mean, I don't have too much to add, but I'm not quite sure that I'm convinced by the argument that, you know, if we welcome Rosatom into global supply chains with open arms, that Russia is going to be more willing to engage, or Rosatom is going to be more willing to cooperate. I mean, as we discussed earlier, they are still exporting quite significant amounts, including into Europe, and I've not seen that be conducive to any kind of cooperation from their side. So I'm not sure I buy the argument. The other thing to remember is that Rosatom has also, on the inverse, threatened to curtail exports of uranium into the United States. So again, that to me is not behavior that's indicative of a willingness to engage in good faith.
Thank you. I also see that Olena has her hand up. Please, Olena.
Thank you. I just want to mention that from Ukraine, sorry, 1 second. From Ukrainian point of view, what I'm saying is just exchange lives of Ukrainians to potential danger or risks of violation of nuclear safety on Russian nuclear power plants, for example, because the main point is to stop the flow of money to the Kremlin, and that's all. It's not about like excluding Russian from nuclear safety rules, for example. It's just we do not demand complete isolation of Russian nuclear sector. We just have to eliminate the possibility of getting international income. That's all.
Thank you. I think we want to move on to the question here in the front row. Yuri, here.
Yeah, I think my question is very much in line with yours, but it's a little bit more on the IAEA, because Lapenko, you said that one should work towards less participation, as I understood, from Russia and less influence on IAEA. And so my question really goes to you and to Amundsen from DSA, because would that be a wise thing to do, to exclude Russian Rosatom from IAEA or reduce its influence in a moment when IAEA has a controlling function on the nuclear facilities in Ukraine and relies on cooperation to a certain extent with Russia and Zaporizhzhia?
Maybe Ingar first and then Olena, if that's okay.
Yeah, I can answer. We do not demand exclude Russia from IAEA, not at all. For us, it's a very big disturb that Russians representatives Mikhail Chudakov is like second in the IAEA hierarchy, you know. So we just want to remove them from this crucial positions in the agency, and that's all. It's not about excluding from any international organizations. It's just do not allow them to make decisions and to have access to the crucial data, for example, about Ukrainian power plants and Ukrainian facilities.
Thank you. Ingar?
Yes, I will also just short say I don't think that is a solution or possibility at all, actually. IAEA is a large organization and Russia is an actor there with a lot of competence. Of course, we have heard this question before, that's for sure, and also about it's no doubt that Russia has a very strong impact on International Atomic Energy Agency. That's for sure.
Can you explain a little bit to us who don't know so much about that? What kind of influence and how?
I mean, IAEA is a large UN organization. It's the main goal is to promote peaceful uses of nuclear energy. It is quite clear that Russia is a large actor in that regard, and also over the years they have had a quite strong position in IAEA because of that role. Of course, that can be discussed now when we know all what has happened, and also about Rosatom's role in Ukraine. That's for sure. And also that from the Ukraine side that have been put forward also questions about IAEA's position, because Russia has such high influence in IAEA. On the other hand, at present, IAEA is the only institution now which is located and which are able to be present at all the nuclear power plants in Ukraine. And they give information. They also have the main aim of actually focusing on reducing risks of radioactive material falling into the wrong hands, releases of activity and so on. That is their main goal at Zaporizhzhia and at the other nuclear power plants in Ukraine, and also giving information to the international audience about what is actually happening behind the lines. So it's a difficult, and it was not maybe a straight answer, but I think it is very difficult or impossible to go exactly down that line, but that has been a question, of course.
Thank you, Ingar. Olena has her hand up again, so Olena, please.
Can I just mention one third, that IAEA is also a huge platform for science, yeah? So there's a lot of like working groups and different platforms for cooperation in developing nuclear technologies. So Russia has huge expansion, for example, in Africa and Asia regions, and also it has access to exchange these research results with European countries, with United States on these platforms. So the main point is not only like removing Chudakov from his position, and also remove Russians from all these scientific platforms. So IAEA for Russia has to be only about nuclear safety at those nuclear power plants that are operating in Russian Federation.
Thank you. Any more questions from the audience right now? Yeah, one more. Then I think we'll move on to the online questions after this.
Yes, thank you very much for. My name is Pavel Tishakov. I represent Nordic Sikkerhet, Norwegian organization, which implements technical assistance projects. I have a question to Ingar, maybe other participants as well. Norway and DSA actively participated in some of the solutions related to Iran's nuclear program, and there were some DSA officials participating in fuel movements, for example, to Kazakhstan or from Kazakhstan. And right now we hear a lot that IAEA is the only organization that participates in visits of Ukrainian nuclear power plants, including the Zaporizhzhia nuclear power plant. I was wondering if you see for Norway to have a little bit more extended role, maybe in solution of Zaporizhzhia nuclear power plant conflict or some matters where Norwegian officials, DSA, MFA, others, experts can participate in finding a solution in relation to this power plant in addition to IAEA.
Go ahead, please.
Okay, it was some different elements, but one of them first related to Iran. You are right. In 2000, and I think it was 2016, regarding the JCPOA, this agreement with Iran, Norway had a role of assisting to reduce the amount of enriched uranium as part of that deal. That was, of course, highly political and also focused by our Ministry of Foreign Affairs, and we assisted on that. Just to give that, so that is what we did as a once in a lifetime activity. We have not had anything more with Iran to do after that. Then to the second question about Zaporizhzhia. And what I can say that is also, of course, highly political. I can tell you what we do. We have this cooperation with our sister organization, Nuclear Safety and Security authority, SNRU, which is very extensive. One of the project's activities we are doing there is actually to look at regulations and because it is quite clear that when it is taken over by the Ukrainians or after peace talks, it's a lot of challenges which is faced after that. You don't know what has happened. You know that the reactors has been shut down for years, at least 2 years. You cannot just turn on the switch. It's so many activities and regulations which needs to be done, and that activity we are engaged in already with the SNRU. So that is what we do. Of course, Zaporizhzhia is Russia. Is occupied by Russians, so there is no other international engagement in that plant. Of course, despite of IAEA, which is present there. So that's what I can say to that. I think.
Thank you, Ingar. Was there one more question in the audience here that I didn't see? Was one more, yeah.
Hi, my name is Igor Kudryk. I'm former Bellona and co-author of some of those reports Frederic showed. In case of Russia disintegration, which is a non-zero probability, do you know any contingency plans among the foreign governments how to secure, first of all, weaponry material, nuclear material, but otherwise, just wondering if he heard anything?
You mean in the event of?
Disintegration. Plunge into house.
Yeah, that is not easy to answer for sure. That's and it's a hypothetical question. Of course, that's for sure. Of course, there are international treaties and international systems for safeguard and so on to keep track of all the nuclear material. Russia is a part of that. But what you are talking about is if there maybe is no authority, no one to speak to, things like that. But that is a hypothetical question. Of course, it's a lot of nuclear material in Russia in all kind of aspects. They are one of the largest actors in that regard. So it's of course important that all this material is taken very well care of. But
anybody else want to comment on that question about disintegration? In what way would that be different from what was going on in the 90s, for example? It would be quite different, perhaps. We'll leave it at that, I think. I want to move on to some of the questions from online. There's two questions regarding the Zaporizhzhia and PP, which I will join together. We've been talking about the fact that currently the nuclear power plant is not producing power. Where would that power go if it started producing power? Is the first part of the question. The other part of the question is, if it's not producing power, then what's the problem? Does it pose a risk when it's not producing power? I don't know if anybody wants to try and answer those questions. Dima, I'm looking at you.
Yeah. There are discussions about a possible restart of this plant, and last year we wrote a report about it. But yes, it's a big question where to transfer this electricity, because it's the biggest plant in Europe. And if Russia wants to restart this plant, it can't use all this electricity for this occupied territory, because there is not enough customers for this electricity and not enough transmission lines. So for Russia, it's a big problem. They said that, and even head of Rosatom said that we want to restart this plant in the future after some kind of peace agreement. But what will they will do with this electricity? So maybe this is the reason why there are some discussions about American involvement of this in this discussion. So we don't know. It will be a political decision. But even without this, even without a restart of this plant, it's still the huge, one of the hugest nuclear object in Europe with a lot of nuclear materials. So every day of this war of active actions, military actions, with a lot of explosions around this plant. This is a risk every day. Without any, in any state of these reactors, even in cold shutdown mode, it's the safest mode now, but it's not completely safe. It's still can cause a big nuclear accident. Even minimum, it will be a local accident, but it will be a nuclear accident.
I think the issue about restart, that's going to be interesting to see what the Russians want to do. But as you say, it's still dangerous. It's still a hot reactor. It's only 2 years since closed. And I think it's also important to pay attention to the large amount of spent fuel that is not cooled down and hit by shelling and so on. What makes Zaporizhzhia, if anything happens there, will have large consequences because it's so by the river Dnieper. It's quite a difference from having Fukushima close to the coast. It's 600 kilometers of waterways going, running through here in one of some of the most productive agriculture areas in the world. And of course, any leakages and contamination during flooding and things like that could have really, really large impact. So that's why there is an extra aspect having a nuclear power plant along a river floating so far before it reaches the ocean. And very often when we compare with other accidents and incidents, we forget about this. So I think especially the storage sites here are still not cooled down and represent quite a lot of amount of radioactivity that we don't want to get away.
Thank you, Frederic and Darya.
No, I think everything was covered. I was just going to say that just because the facility is not generating power doesn't mean that it doesn't require both water to continue being cooled, because the fuel that's still in the reactors is still producing heat. So it needs to get cooled. It needs external power to maintain the safety systems running. And precisely, I was going to point out the spent fuel, the amounts of spent fuel, those are passively cooled. So they don't necessarily require external energy for cooling, but nevertheless, and they're in quite reinforced casks. So from my understanding is, something like a drone necessarily hitting one of those casks isn't a huge risk to it. And again, the reactors themselves are under large and very reinforced containment structures. But again, there's a lot of really nasty radioactive material on that site that needs active engagement with to keep it safe.
Yes, and I'll also say that I agree with these comments. It possesses a risk, but the best way of reducing risk at a power plant during wartime condition is to shut it down. So when the reactors is shut down, which is the case, the risks are reduced because you do not have this large number of high active, short-lived radionuclides in the reactor, which actually cause a lot of concern. But you have a lot of other radioactive material which will be there for years and decades. So just wanted to mention that.
Alexander, did you also want to comment on this?
I
think that my colleagues have actually mentioned everything which was worth mentioning. On the aspect of where to go with the generated energy if they restart, I'm sure that if they restart the nuclear power plant, they will build the necessary infrastructure. Maybe it will take a couple of years, but they will do that. It's not a problem. For Bellona, the most interesting question regards the nuclear materials stored there in the reactor and the old fuel. We don't know whether they do have fresh nuclear fuel in the station, but most likely they do. And there are some nuclear materials belonging to the US, some materials belonging to Ukraine. The question is, who is in control of this nuclear material? Who has the necessary license, and who is in control? IAEA is the organization who should be responsible for controlling these materials, but they usually issue licenses. The question is, which country has a license? Most likely it is Ukraine, but they do not control anything at the moment. Can Russia control this material without having the license? That's most likely the key question. Not the question about the technical restart of the reactor, but the question about the radioactive materials, nuclear materials on the NPP.
Switching subjects a little based on the questions from online about Rosatom's foreign projects. Dima, I think this goes to you, and then we can see if other wants to comment. But you talked about Rosatom's projects in Turkey. They have the Akuyu plant ongoing, but there's also talks about a second plant in Turkey on the coast of the Black Sea. Is that something that is materializing, or is it just talk?
They discuss it. Rosatom, Russian government discuss it with Turkish government. Yes, they want to build. Russia want to build the second plant, but Turkey want to build 2 additional plants to Akuyu, and they want to give 1 to China. I talk a lot about Russia and China and their competition. So China possibly will build 1 of these plants, and the second plant is a big question. Maybe it will be a cooperation between Russia and something. Maybe it will be China. Maybe it will be South Korea. But Turkey want to build. They don't want only 1 nuclear plant. They want 2. They are. Maybe not happy, but they used to work with Russia, and they have this plant, and they want to use Russian industry to build other plants, but they also need to diversify this. But now it's talk. Maybe up to the end of this year, we will see some agreements, maybe not contracts, but agreements about future. What will be these future plans in Turkey?
Thank you. If there is no other immediate comments, then I want to move on to another question about foreign projects, because we've been talking about the fact that Rosatom is building SMRs, or wanting to build SMRs at least. Do you see any chance that Rosatom will make a big dent in the market with their SMR projects? Or is this going to be something that they will export, and will it be a popular solution, you think?
Of course, they want to build SMRs. There are a lot of hype talks about SMRs all over the world, in all nuclear nations, and in all newcomers. They also discuss SMRs. Smaller modular reactors, and Russia is the only country who already have 1 SMR. It's not the very advanced, it's academical one also, but technically it's SMR. It's one of the first SMRs. Now they built several of them inside Russia. So it is Rosatom's strategy to build something inside Russia and then show for other possible buyers what they can do. So now they signed the first foreign contract for SMR in Uzbekistan. It's really the first contract all over the world for foreign projects of SMR. We don't know what will be with these projects. Maybe it will be a lot of problems with this, maybe related with sanctions, international sanctions. It also will depend on from US policy in financial sector and other things. But they cooperate with China on these projects. China helped Russia to build SMRs, floating SMRs for Russia. But maybe Rosatom also speak a lot about possible buyers in the future. They don't tell. Now it's not, it's only talks. There is no contracts, and
agreements, but they want to sell several SMRs to newcomers, new countries in Global South, and maybe it will be in cooperation with China. So let's see. China also very interested. So China has the second SMR working now, and gas-cooled reactors. They also very advanced in this field with different technologies, but they can share their knowledge with each other and try to sell it to third countries.
Is there any difference in the dependency that is created when you build a classic reactor or an SMR?
Maybe the main difference will be with fuel cycle, because most of these technologies, most of these projects, there is no one SMR technology. There are almost 70 or maybe 100 projects all over the world. But many of them plan to use high level, let's say, enriched uranium, enriched up to 20%. So it's a new challenge for nuclear industry, world nuclear industry. And now Russia is the only producer of this level of this enrichment on international market. And it's a big issue and a big problem for European market too, because already now this fuel used in some research reactors, not in nuclear power plants, but in research reactors. So again, EU and Western countries need to increase their capacity to produce this level of enrichment uranium. But Western countries are very advanced in these technologies. It's only a question of ensuring of their investments and political decisions. But technically it's possible.
Thank you. Any other comments on that subject?
Yeah. У меня только одна ремарка.
Yeah, I have one comment on this subject. I am closely monitoring the questions on preparations for using the SMRs, and I cannot understand what is the problem. I have used small reactors all my life long. On the submarines, the nuclear submarines and the ships use these reactors. I see no problem at all to put such a reactor on land. You just need to tune up the cooling system, and that's it. But the discussion around it looks as if something unbelievable has been invented. It's not the case.
One final question from online for you, Ingar, actually. Could you summarize very quickly what other countries Norway is working with than Ukraine currently on nuclear safety and security? Do you have technical projects or other type of cooperation with other countries similar to what you did have in Russia and now you have in Ukraine?
Ukraine is a special position, to put it that way. So by far, we have the largest project in Ukraine, that's for sure. But the Nansen program also goes for Moldova, so Moldova is also a part of it. We also have some activities in Central Asian countries, but that is more related to the cooperation with the regulatory authorities, basically. And then there has been some EEA project with some of the European countries, also focusing on nuclear safety and security and enhancement of the regulatory authorities in Lithuania, Slovakia, and Romania specifically. So these are, and there's a geographical area in this nuclear action plan who are also focusing on what kind of geography which is covered by the MFA's strategy.
Olena has a question, actually. Is Rosatom's participation in the Akuyu project under the build, own, operate model more threatening? What does it mean that they will operate this power plant given Rosatom's actions at the Zaporizhzhia nuclear power plant? Interesting question, I think. Anybody wants to comment on that?
Maybe it's a question for me, but it's a hard question because we need to assess what we mean, but what will be more threatening and more dangerous, because it's the first, maybe not first, because it's a typical situation when one country or one company own nuclear power plants in another country. It's a common situation for Europe. French EDF owns all nuclear fleet in United Kingdom. So maybe for Rosatom it is a new project, yes. They will own this nuclear plant in another country, in NATO country, for a minute, Turkey. But as I know, for Rosatom, it's not a very successful model, because on the start of this project, they wanted to have, they don't want to be the only owner of this plant. They was wondering about other buyers who can buy almost half of these projects, but they don't find any other buyers. So maybe it's a big problem for them. Maybe this model is not very successful for them. As we know, they don't suggest this model for other projects. I didn't hear about it. So I don't know. I don't think about some specific problems and threats in this model.
Alexander.
Я согласен, что Росатом не предлагает другим.
Yeah, I agree that Rosatom doesn't suggest this model to the others, but everything depends here on political decisions. Construction, according to the BOO model, is a political decision. That's a political decision aimed at bringing another country into
Olena, do you yourself have
own political field of decisions.
Yeah, the main concern from my side, sorry, the main concern from my side, from our side, is that every nuclear power plant, as I understand, have to exchange information about security and safety, about the state of the facility between NATO and plant operators. So, and this is like the main concern. I don't know why there is no reaction from NATO countries. I don't say about like previous years before full-scale invasion, but now. And that's why I ask you, maybe you understand better this model, BOO, and maybe the security questions are excluded from this model. And that's why we don't see any concerns from NATO countries' side.
Вы знаете, вот вопрос безопасности это важный.
You know, the question of safety and security is an important one. What can I tell here? The level of information on security and safety is nothing new for a country already working with nuclear objects. For terrorists, potential terrorists, for external people who would like to use nuclear technologies in criminal purposes, this question of security and safety is a very important one. But countries using nuclear energy already know how NPP works, which objects are situated where in the facility. Everyone knows that. There are no smaller factors which could radically influence the question of safety and security of a big nuclear power plant.
I think what's said here is illustrating the complicated issues with running nuclear power plants in such a situation, and it's a question I think we all have to deal with also further in the coming months and years. How we are going to deal with this. So it's a very relevant question.
I want to have time for two more questions. One is about, well, what you talked about, Darya, on Chinese exports of uranium, and whether the question is about whether Russia is indeed red washing their uranium, enriched uranium and fuel to China, and whether this will become a problem going forward. You talked about this a bit, but you were a bit unsure. What do we need to, can you repeat what we need to figure out to be able to discern whether that is the case or not?
Yeah, it's a difficult question. It's a difficult one to answer sitting outside of government or as an open source researcher, because again, all I have to look at is the imports into China and the exports out of China. In some instances, you can figure out the companies that are kind of the consignees on that trade, so which company is importing it and which company is exporting it. But what happens within China is a lot harder to track. So the material that's imported from Russia into China, is that actually, like, is there a conversation going on between the importers and the exporters of we'll take in more and then we'll export more to the United States or to whoever else? And I don't think it's that direct anyways. So from the outside looking in, it is quite difficult to track. So the most that us on the outside can do is raise the question is, you know, the trade data suggests that this is looking a little bit odd. Is there an explanation outside of the potential red washing or whatever you want to call it? For US government, again, I can't really speak for them, but it might be a little bit easier to ask for an explanation. Basically, the way it's written into US regulation is that it's I think it's the importer into the United States that basically needs to prove that the material has not been displaced, that it's not been circumvented. So it's the proof needs to be provided by the companies to show that actually it's not displacement. So again, what kind of information the United States might be collecting from on that question, because like I said, they have raised the question as well, and apparently from what I've seen in reporting, they've opened up an inquiry into whether there is displacement, what information they might be looking at. I mean, I don't have that. So it's, I don't know if that's answered. It's a really difficult one to answer sitting on the outside. Like I said, the most we can do is raise the question and then hope that, you know, the Department of Commerce has the resources that it needs to ask the questions of the Chinese exporters or the US importer to show proof that it's not displacement.
Thank you. I think that was quite clear. I mean, as long as transparency is still an issue, then it's about putting the puzzle pieces together and trying to make the best picture one can. Data as well.
I want to add about this problem that it's not only with China, because inside EU countries, it's a big problem to find all this information about nuclear materials, this trade of these materials and other things. Okay, now there is no official sanctions. It's one level of problem, but imagine that tomorrow European Commission will post some sanctions for these processes. So it will be a big question. Are these sanctions work? How we can to find information about this trade and other things? So, of course, in nuclear sector, this sharing of information is a big issue. You need to have balance with security issues and other things. But we now in a new situation with this, in this balance, and we need to find new balance, new level of openness or transparency from the industry, from regulators, and from NGO and civil society. So again, we need to ask questions, but not only for dictators. It's no sense to ask the dictators to share information. They will not do it. But we need to ask these questions to our here in Europe. It's also a problem.
There.
And actually, just if I can just add, as we have these conversations about additional sanctions or additional prohibitions, whatever they might be, this precise issue, I think, highlights the importance of thinking through, okay, how are we actually going to implement these restrictions? Because it's one thing to say, we will ban circumvention through displacement. The follow-up question should be, what information should we be collecting from importers, exporters, to then be able to enforce that effectively?
Very good point. We're very much running out of time here. I want to just do a round on the panel with a complicated question, but I want a simple answer and a short one. So the war in Ukraine has to tell us something about the current state of the international nuclear safety and security regime and the regulations that we currently have in place and whether they work or not. So my short question is, do you think that they work now? Or do they need to change? Frederic, please start.
They don't work and they need to change and they need to be improved, yeah? That's the very short answer on a complicated question. But to do that, we need to have facts and we need to have information, and as last discussed here, we need transparency so the civil society has a chance to follow up if sanctions are not followed and so on. What we try to do here is to raise the question, and it's not easy, and that's why we are working with it.
Dima?
I think they not work very well. It's not physical laws which still would work everywhere. It's laws designed by people. And I think that this international nuclear security architecture need to evolve with society, because now we live in new situation, so we need to adapt to it. And all this architecture also need to adapt to this new reality.
Alexander, please.
Я согласен с тем, что мир изменился.
I agree that the world has changed, and the world is not working according to the rules which were introduced after the beginning of the Second World War. The world is not working according to the rules anymore, because what's happening at the moment cannot be regulated by any rules or laws. It's a very important issue how these regulatory mechanisms will look like in the future. We must discuss that. We must monitor the situation. How should the IAEA work look like in the future? That's a big question. We have mentioned that in our first review already. IAEA cannot fulfill its tasks today, not because they do not want to do that, but because they cannot do that. The current system of international nuclear security is just not working, and the whole system should be changed because it's not appropriate at the moment. Otherwise, we'll have a worse situation than now.
So I think it sounds to me like there's two issues at play here. The first one around nuclear trade and the interconnectivity in nuclear supply chains. I think that goes to a broader question that was just mentioned around the state of the global economy and does it need to adapt, and how do we disaggregate supply chains in the nuclear sector or otherwise that have been so aggregated and interconnected for decades, and do we want to? And it's challenging. So I think that's one big question around just global trade patterns generally, which I'm not well placed to speak to. The other one is on nuclear safety, nuclear security in conflict zones. This is again goes to a much broader conversation around the role of the IAEA in further developing them and of individual states. My perception, and people will disagree with me, there's a debate on this, is that at the moment there is sufficient prohibitions and restrictions in international law on the targeting of nuclear facilities in military conflict. Perhaps there's a bit of room to clarify guidance and actual operationalization of some of these restrictions and of nuclear safety in difficult situations. But looking at what's happening in Ukraine and Russia's behavior in Ukraine, I think that goes to underline that no matter how many restrictions, how many laws you put in place, there will be actors that will just disregard them. So we need to be prepared to think through this pragmatically. How do we keep facilities safe in conflict?
Ingar, please.
Yes, one point, several points. It's quite clear that, of course, the situation in Ukraine has given us and the international community lessons learned. That's for sure, and we have to learn from what is happening. Of course, it's a lot of discussions about conventions. We also know that not everybody adopt to the conventions, specifically not in the wartime situation. On the other hand, we have recommendations for how to build reactors, how to make physical protection in different kind of situations, and also in the national law regarding. I mentioned in my speak that some of the authorities who have the capabilities and are able, they are not allowed because it's a special situation. Things like that, but also in IAEA recommendations, it needs to be some amendments. But the last point I would also say is that these amendments also has to be rigid. It has to be broadened because next time it's something else happening. So it needs to take into account that. So it's also kind of a flexibility to be able to actually adapt to the situation and to a situation we don't foresee today.
Good point. Olena, you're up as the last one.
Thank you. I agree with previous speakers, and just want to add that we need to develop, to provide some instrument to make those who violate nuclear safety to punish those countries or governments. No international rules now currently provide for any instruments to punish those who seize a nuclear power plant using military instruments. And it is imperative that these rules, these instruments, has to be developed.
Thank you. All right, with that, I think we're very soon going to lunch, those of us here, and ending this event. We still have much to discuss, that's obvious. We have a series of questions that we didn't answer. We will answer them in writing on behalf of Bellona later and share with participants. I want to end by saying that Bellona will continue to build awareness and provide fact-based information that increases our ability to react to what Rosatom is doing and what Russia is doing around the world, in Ukraine, and in our region. I also want to mention that it's worth saying that we're discussing the nuclear industry in Russia. But in Russia, these questions are not possible to discuss. And that makes it, I think, possible to argue that it's more important that we discuss them from the outside. As to these questions do concern us all. I wish to thank all the speakers for their contributions and for providing insight into these questions. And we're looking forward to working more with all of you in the future. Thank you also to everyone in the audience. Please get in touch with us in Bellona with questions or requests anytime. And please do subscribe to the Nuclear Digest if you're interested in receiving our monthly newsletter. Thank you all, and I wish those of us here a good lunch and everybody else a good day. Thank you very much, and see you at our next event on the same issues. Thank you.